Oh my freaking god. Boo. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Hi, let me see who's here. Cherry, Cootie, Ash, Abby, Akaza, Sakura, Kuma, welcome, welcome, welcome. And Kitty Cat, welcome, welcome. Mr. Noro, welcome. The Kane Dreams, welcome. Sunny, welcome. How am I today? I'm actually a little bit better than yesterday. I was doing pretty bad yesterday. For no particular reason, just the vibes were really off. You know what I mean? Like, before I started stream yesterday, the vibes were just super off. Today, the vibes are okay. The vibes are vibing. Noble, welcome back. Mir, welcome back. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? How's the puppy? New Twitch account. Oh, Caden's welcome, welcome. That's Sundays? Yeah, typical Sunday. I think it's literally because of daylight savings. Because I didn't know that daylight savings ended until someone in chat mentioned it. So maybe that was it. Maybe that was actually just it. It was just the time shifting. You're tired and hungry? What do you want to eat? Let me cook for you, baby. I'm glad you're feeling better. Thank you. Imagine participating in daylight savings. Can't relate. Okay, you get that one because I know you literally don't participate in daylight savings where you live. You were sleepy yesterday? I was sleepy yesterday. I started stream sleep deprived. I only wanted to go for like an hour and a half, and I ended up going for 4 hours. How do I go from an hour and a half to 4 hours? How? The world, wait. The world may never know. Because I'm Noro. I'm just that dog. That's kind of just how it be sometimes. Sometimes you'd be like, oh, I'm going to do this thing for 30 minutes. And then 7 hours later, you're still doing it. Also, I'm just waiting for my tea to like cool off a little bit so I can start drinking it. Because today we're going to be playing OMORI. We're going to be playing OMORI. We haven't played OMORI in like a month. Because I went on a 3-week break. We just never picked it up. So we're going to hopefully finish it today. That's the plan. That means more voicing. I need to remember all the voices I did for all the characters. There's so much food I want to eat right now, but if I were to choose a dish, I'd probably choose stuffed peppers. What are the peppers stuffed with? What kind of tea? It's just green tea. Green tea. I would have added like honey to it or something, but I think that right now I don't need honey. I don't even have the honey I need because my throat kind of hurts, low-key. Like it hurts a little bit when I swallow. I'm assuming that's just like a sore throat. That's probably literally just a sore throat. But yeah, my throat hurts a little bit. I'm like, throaty, no hurty, please. Your mom. I'm so happy my euphemisms catch on to you, to all of you. I've had like multiple ones use my very cringe brain rot euphemisms, and I love it. Medicinal tea or ginger honey lemon tea? I'm drinking like a green tea like blend with a bunch of different like herbs and stuff. Spill some tea. If I spill this tea, the stream dies. I gotta do my best to make sure I don't spill this. Cast Esuna on your throat. My throat. It feels better. What euphemism? I like using the mid-fix. Like when you say like goofy I've been doing that a lot with words or phrases that it doesn't really match, but it matches in my head. So like For example, the reason why this all started, because I was in a call over a year and a half ago with some friends. Yeah, Noro Arashi. We were talking about tech, like things to help your voice or whatever, and someone mentioned, oh, maybe you can eat a Granny Smith apple because it helps with your salivation or whatever the fuck. And I just said Granny Smith. And they were like, no way you just said that. It makes no sense. Thank God I haven't caught that. Oh, just be around me. Be around me long enough and you will catch it. My euphemisms are like herpes. Everybody gets it eventually. I have caught it and it's all Noro's fault. It makes sense in my head too. That's what I'm saying. It makes sense, right? But it's technically not correct. Like that makes no sense. Because is meant to be like ass. Like goofy ass, like goofy ass. But if you're saying it in the middle of two words, it's like, what are you saying? What did you just say? Time to go watch that one curing brain rot ASMR. I know exactly what you're talking about. This is what I put. Drawn my romance book for. That's right. That's right. You know what? You can keep reading. You can keep reading. Just have me in the background. What did you miss? You missed me. You missed me explaining why exactly my euphemisms catch on. Sexy alien cat boy. Man, shut up. Oh, it's a Noro thing. I don't think I'll catch it, but I'm glad to watch it. What do you mean? What do you mean you won't catch it? Are you saying that my things don't catch on? What's a euphemism? Let me look up the exact definition so I don't get it wrong. A mild or indirect word or expression substituted for one considered to be too harsh or blunt when referring to something unpleasant or embarrassing. Noro trendy? You know what? I think I can be trendy if I try hard enough, but that would require me to be a tryhard. Do I really want to be a tryhard? Maybe I'll do it for just to prove a point. Yeah, I'm not a tryhard. I'll do my best not to be. Noro is not a trend. He's an aesthetic. What's worse though? Being a trend or being an aesthetic? You don't try hard for S11s? Well, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that in order for me to be a tryhard and be trendy, I'd have to like actually like literally be a tryhard. Not that extends beyond ones. Oh, Biggs, thank you for the 7 months. No way, 7 months? Our 7-month anniversary? That's insane. What the heck? Guys, some of us are catching up on that 1 year. Isn't that insane to think about? 1 year anniversary. Probably trend because they last a short time and people who do trends may be a little toxic. I guess that's true. An aesthetic is more like what you want to be like or what you want around you or how you present yourself. But being a tryhard, I guess, is like, it's kind of like you need other validation, right? You need validation from other people. Should we order Noro a cake to celebrate when that day comes? Yes. Sugar free, thank you. Next month is your 1 year sub anniversary? Really? Wait, you've been sub since April of last year? But I didn't debut until June. Were you just subbing on the on the side? Sugar-free cake? Have you never had sugar-free cake? That shit is so gas. It's so good. No, are you already? You are already sugar-free. Hey, you're saying I'm not sweet? What you mean by that? April's your birth month? Let's go. My birthday is in 18 days. Wait, no. Yeah, it's in 18 days. Which is very, very, very exciting. Sugar ain't the only sweet thing out there, honey. Okay, like what else? I kind of wonder what sugar-free cake tastes like. It tastes just like regular cake. I've had sugar-free cake before. I've had sugar-free cake and low-carb cake. There was a bakery that used to be around, that used to be like walking distance from me, that was sugar-free and low carb. It was so good. And then they shut down. I was so sad. And they had these amazing cinnamon rolls that were sugar-free. Oh my god. Would you ever get a P.O. box? Maybe. Honestly, I feel like if enough people wanted to send me something, because does it cost, how much does it cost to have a P.O. box? Oh, it's not that much. Maybe I might get a P.O. box, honestly. He's gonna be 50 years old. No, it doesn't seem, it's not that bad. It's like the lowest I can get is like a $4, and the highest, largest I can get is like a $70. So I guess it's not that bad. I'm constantly on the hunt for sugar-free sweets because my dad's diabetic. He has a notorious sweet tooth. Yeah, like I will eat foods that are like sugar-free, like sugar alcohol, that act like as a sweetener. I still want to send you that plush. Honestly, I might look into getting a P.O. box. I would like 2 pieces of that Noro cake. I'm sorry, this cake may be too dense for you. Have you ever gotten creepy baked goods? Like in anime, yanders will bake their hair into it or something. Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have. I've gotten a very creepy. It wasn't a baked good. It was a dish. Yeah, I don't really want to say what it was because it's TOS, but it was a bodily fluid that was baked into. Yeah, that was baked into a mac and cheese dish. Why? That's a good question. I don't know why. Wait, if it's baked, how could you tell? Well, the color didn't exactly go away. Or the color changed. The color changed. And I had to ask them, what was that? And I could tell they were like, they gave me an answer that was clearly not the truth. So I was like, okay, maybe you should tell them. It's a red bodily fluid, by the way. It's a red one. I was like, what the hell? Gotta create the soul link. Yes, yeah. I mean, it's still not good because it's very it's interesting. It's interesting, right? Okay, I was thinking something else. Well, if it was some, I don't even want to think about it. You know what? I don't even want to think about it. That's so gross. How do you always manage to pull the yanderes? I've only ever pulled like 2 yanderes. And you know, it was something. Hi Puff Puff, welcome. You're new here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're just in time. We're about to start playing OMORI in a little bit. 2 is too many. Or 2 is 1 too many. Tell me your aesthetics and favorite cake flavor. Okay. My favorite cake flavor is honestly, I like ice cream cake. So it would be like vanilla. Oh no, you know what I like? I like tres leches cake. Tres leches is so good. It's delicious. That's 3 milks. If you had a dime every time you pull the under, you'd have 2, which isn't a lot, but it's still weird. It happened twice. Yeah, cool in fiction, not so much IRL. And my aesthetic is just straight emo. Like here I'll like when I was 6 years old, I wanted to be like Dark Mousy from D and Angel, which should give you an idea of what my aesthetic has been like for the longest time. And if you don't know who Dark Mousy is, I will show you who he is. And you I will show you Dark Mousy. I will show you what he looks like. Username used to be XX Noro Arashi. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. My old Skype username was XX Death XX. Hi Chupa. Honestly, if I was kidnapped by Yandere, my first reaction would be, "You think I'm pretty?" See, that was my first reaction too, and then I got the blood mac and cheese, the blood and cheese. This is Dark Mousy, by the way. This is who I wanted to be like when I was 6 years old. Gothic Queen of Revenge. Thank you so much for following, bro. Look at it. Like, wouldn't you, if you were like a 6-year-old boy, wouldn't you want to be like him? Wings are kind of slay. Bro, waist snatched. You guys know D and Angel? I'm an angel with a shotgun. Dun dun dun. Yes, I love D and Angel. I mean, I tried rewatching it. It's a little cringe now. But my first anime crush ever was Risa Arata from D and Angel. That's the girl who was like the love interest until the last episode where he got with the short-haired girl. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Harada. Sorry, Harada Risa. No, you don't. Okay, hold on. I'll show you. Hold on. I'll show you. Like 6-year-old me was entranced. I was like, she's so pretty. Wow. She's so cute. Wait, hold on. I'll show you. Hi, Gothic. Nice to meet you. Here, there she is. She, like 6-year-old me, was like, "Oh, she's so cute. She's so pretty. I want to hold her hand." Hi, Dick. You're welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Vix, you want a kiss? You want a kiss, Vix? Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Hi, Nightmare. Welcome back. Welcome back, Ash. I think my first crush was Sonic the Hedgehog from Sonic X. Like, specifically the Sonic X version. The green-haired guy from Bakugan? You mean Shun? Mr. Hotshot himself, Shun. Aloha came just for 4 hours of good. Why? But why? I just pulled that one out. Bakugan was my Pokemon. I loved Bakugan as a kid. Bakugan, bro! Like like they had those little fucking toys where it was like the magnetic ones where like you play OMORI. Yeah, we're gonna play it in a moment. We're gonna play it in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes when it hits the 30-minute mark. Femboy Matthew, thank you so much for following. Kill from Alan's stage. Damn, y'all have some interesting first crushes. Hi Matthew, welcome. Mine is Munto from Munto 2004. Basil's your favorite creature? Basil's a cutie. Cute boy. Is it normal to fall off a bed grabbing your charger? Yes, I've done that. Nipoko, thank you so much for following. Welcome. Oh, alien stage. Yeah. And a few extra large plastic ones. Yeah, I remember when I was 8. No. 9. I wanted those little Bakugan magnetic toys, right? And I was like, Mom, please, I'll do anything to get one of those like Bakugan magnetic toys. And she was like, okay, for Christmas, I'll get it for you. And I was like, cool. Yippee! I was like, awesome. And then Christmas comes around and I see this box and it's a big box. And I'm like, are you sure the Bakugan magnetic thing is there? It's a pretty big box. And she was like, oh, it's even better, I promise. And she got me the Bakugan board game. The Bakugan board game. The Bakugan board game? Let me put this into perspective. The Bakugan board game, number one, was cheap. It was cheaper than the magnetic toys. The magnetic toys were like $10, $15. But the board game sucked. It was missing like 5 pieces. We couldn't even play it. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? Like the disappointment on I was like, oh. I was so sad. I was like, no. That's the equivalent of someone asking for a Switch for Christmas and they end up getting Grinch socks. Oh, you want to kiss Sakura? Yes, Grinch socks. I didn't go, so I don't live with my mom. She lives in a different city. I didn't go to see her for Christmas because I was a little bit busy. I went out to do something for Christmas, which I never do. This was the one year I actually went out to go do something for Christmas. And for Christmas, she was like, Oh, you're not gonna see me? So she got me Grinch socks for Christmas. And she got me a block, like this little chocolate that looked like a block of coal. I was like, okay, I get the message. I get what you're trying to tell me, Mom. I get what you're trying to tell me. Last Christmas, I wanted a door for my room and ended up getting a Hello Kitty mask kit. Listen, a W is a W, okay? Passive aggressive mother is crazy. No, no, no. I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, you're funny, Mom. You're funny. Mama Noro. She's a funny lady. Okay. I got nothing for Christmas. How do you get gifts? Well, you just ask, hey, can I get this for Christmas? And they'll be like, okay. Or they'll be like, no, be grateful. One of those two things, really. Okay, okay. I think it's about that time. You guys know what time it is? Y'all ready for this? Oh. Dude, my Christmas gift was oxygen. Time for more confusing game I don't understand. It's okay. We will understand together. Oh, I didn't realize I was like this. Wait a minute. Chotomate. Skyward Roses, thank you so much for following. Here, wait, I have an idea. It's time to show off the big guns. Bam. 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 Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. And we can move this here. So it's more like over here. Oh, it's newscaster time. That's right, baby. All right. We are so back. Oh, wait. I actually need to move this like over here. Yeah, that's for the best. And let me move the chat like up here. Or I can move it down here, actually. Yeah. Wait, kind of. Yeah. Like over here. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, this is, wait, well, it's kind of perfect. Move this here. Oh, okay, it's coming together. It's coming together. And then move this here. Yeah, okay. Even though you can't really see it, I have to make it smaller. Like this. Yeah. Okay, that's good, that's good. Make us skinnier. I'll make you skinnier. There we go. That's perfect. Yo, the chat widget go kind of hard. All right. It's that time. I'm changing Aubrey's voice. Aubrey's voice hurts too much. All right. Nora, I lost my door privileges for sneaking in a boy and not realizing my parent has CCTV. Your parents have CCTV? In your house? Dog, that's crazy. Okay, I need to remember what we have to do here. I don't remember. Oh no, we just came from here. Okay. We go over here. Fuck, I have to actually remember what I did last time. Oh. Yeah, OMORI is so cute. I don't even really know what to do on this level. I think I kind of I have the gist of it. Hi Skyward, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. I always love hanging around indie crowds. Listen, us indies are very unhinged, but we're all very nice. Wait, okay, so where did we go before? Did we go here before? I think so. I think we did this. Oh. Oh, it's waste. Oh. We love starting to watch a game in the middle of a playthrough. I guess I technically... Oh.
Oh, hello, Marina. Are you here to steal my things again? Well, not this time. I prepared something extra special for you today. As you know, I'm a very busy person. But alas, you are my sister. I will grant you access to my room if you're able to solve my little gift. Hope to see you soon, darling. If you're still alive, that is.
Alright, bitch, it's on. Wait, what do we do here? What is this? Type puzzle, theme, memorization, difficulty hard. Okay, let's not do the hard one. Is there any other puzzle I can do? Out of order. Under construction. Okay, I guess I have no other choice. Oh, I can go down here. Oh, it's a save. Give me that gelatin. Noro and puzzles. Listen. Did you know the creator of Undertale worked with OMOCAT on OMORI? I did not know that. But that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's do this puzzle. Let's figure it out. We got our squad with us. Alright. Do you want to activate this puzzle? You cannot choose another puzzle? Yes. Give me this puzzle. Give it to me. Oh. Alright, let's fucking go. I cannot say with certainty that I will pass this puzzle, but we'll do our best, right? Yo, bro is sweeping. Oh.
I can't believe I signed up for this.
What'd you sign up for, baby? I got this. Are you sure? Oh. What's all this? Okay. Seems to be a little testing place. Oh. Unfinished potato chips. 1. Okay, that's 2. This is 2. Three, 4. Oh. Wait. I didn't do it, right? Wait, no, I didn't. Oh. Okay, what? Okay, I gotta change Aubrey's voice because I cannot do Aubrey's voice with my sore ass throat. Okay.
Go on. We believe in you.
All right, let's do this. Oh, okay. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Wait, what the? What? These all are the same. Go back to the other place. Well, don't mind if I do. Oh. Okay. Wait, what? Is this different? No, it's not. Okay. There's a specific a specific pattern in 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh. So I see this. It all looks kind of the same. The mandrake is at the bottom. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, let's go down. Let's just check the other patterns as well. Okay, I see this. Oh, Ryan, thank you so much for following. Okay. Talk to the ones at the computers. Oh, you're so right. Hello, excuse me, sir. Greetings, visitors. Would you like to see something cool? This machine here can perform remote teleportation. With the power of modern technology, I can send this sprout mole to the other side of the grid. Take a look. What? An error? Someone must have messed up with the program. It was probably Molly again. She always pulls stunts like this. Wait a minute. Okay. So he's just chilling. Oh. So okay, there's this. Okay, the first one is, oh god. The first one is middle left. What's everyone's favorite OMORI character? My favorite OMORI character is, what's his face? Cal. Cal is my favorite. I love Cal so much. He's literally just me. Hey there, visitors. I've been leading an experiment on Humphrey through Humphrey movement. You've come in just in time to watch us conduct our final test. Are you ready, gang? Let's do it just like we practice. Oh. So it's literally... Okay, so middle left, bottom middle, middle left, bottom middle. All right, what do you got to say to me? Oh. Huh? What are you looking at me like that for? Hi, Riri, welcome. Can't you see that I'm busy? Actually, I just got an idea. On second thought, can one of you kids try running through the metal plates for me? I just want to test something. Why don't you discuss this amongst yourselves and vote? Oh, guys, who are we sending? Who are we sending? I think since Hero's the oldest, I think it should be him, but I want to get your guys' opinion. Kel? Kel is baby. I would never do that to Kel. Someone disposable. That's a crazy thing to say about this cast. OMORI? Alright, OMORI.
Okay, if you're sure, OMORI, just be careful. I don't have a good feeling about this.
Okay. Middle left, bottom middle, middle right. Okay.
Whoa there. Not so fast, buddy. You're not done yet.
Make sure to go through all of them. I did. I literally did. Oh, so I had to actually like... Wait, yeah, no, I went through all of them. Talk to him again. They're all blocking the way. Hey, buddy. Oh, there we go. Oh.
I knew one of these spikes was broken. If I had a cup of coffee right now, I would sip it. You know what? I'll do it for you, Humphrey. Thanks for voluntarily risking your life. Well, I guess now I gotta fix it. All right, let's freaking go. Okay, middle left, bottom middle, middle right. Oh. Hello, visitors. After months upon months of hard work and toil, I've successfully created the first ever Humphrey hologram machine. Bro literally tried to oof him. Don't they look just like the real thing? I couldn't be more proud. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Middle left, bottom middle, middle right, top middle. Moriko, thank you so much for following. Top middle. And that's it. Okay. Middle left, bottom. Yes, it's a diamond shape. Okay. Go on. Go on. We believe in you.
All right. Middle left, bottom middle, middle right. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Oh, we have to do all three. Aw, fuck me. Alright. Let's do the hardest one next. I think we can do it. I think we can actually do it. Chupa, you want a kiss? All right. Oh, what's this? Huh? Wait. Oh. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. Okay. I think, right? Did that work? Oh. Whoa. Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. What? Okay, hold on. I gotta go back. So we have to cut wires. Apparently. Pay attention to the background. The background color. Oh. Okay. So let's do. I see blue. It's all blue, and then green, and then red. So blue, green, and red. So we don't cut those wires. We cut the white wire. Oh. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. Oh, whoops. Whoops, my bad. No, we're dead. We're dead. It's okay. Okay. Well, I know what to do now, right? It doesn't change, right? Oh, thank God I saved. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, blue. Blue. Blue, green, red, white. Yeah, okay. Blue, green, red, white. Blue. Green. Red. White. Yeah! Easy peasy. Wait, that wasn't that hard. That was pretty easy for me to understand. Thank you, guys. All right, let's do this. Last one. It's a computer. Oh. Okay. We gotta put in a password. Let's get this. Give me the mailbox.
Hey, it's these guys again. Work your magic, hero.
Greetings, Sir Conveyor Bot. My companions and I require your assistance in charging the directions of your conveyors. Will you and your friends please aid us?
Nice person. Get lost.
Huh? That's strange. That worked so well before.
Don't be so down, hero. He's probably just got all his gears all mixed up or something. Could you say that any louder? Now he's gonna get even more mad at us. Hey, Scrap Heap. You'll turn those belts around for us, won't you?
Rude person. Just like Molly.
Hi, hero. Welcome.
I can't believe that worked. Well, what do you know? Looks like I'm pretty good at this charm thing, too.
Oh. I don't want to fight you. Get away from me. Get away from me. Job for Aubrey. Okay, work your stuff, Aubrey. Oh. What is that? V. Oh. Alright, so I gotta use Kel for this. Ah, okay. Go away, please. Thank you. You don't like Kel? Kel is what?
Hey, look. This camera's taking live footage of us. Say cheese. We look so cute.
Almost makes you wish we had a camera.
Don't worry. We have loads of pictures of us, don't we? We have pictures of us? Where? But only when we least expect it. What are you talking about, Cal? Something special? About everyone living their own lives. You're being kind of weird. Huh? Nah, never mind. It's probably nothing.
Let's keep moving forward. We gotta figure out the solution to these puzzles. That bomb could blow up any second. Listen, if Hero says it, that means it's serious. Why are you crying? Why you crying, girl? I'm gooning late, 'cause I'm a Sigma. Hey yo, let's go. Oh, okay, there we go. This should be pretty easy. Oh. Wait, no. No! No, go away. Scram. Alright. Wait, what do we do here? Do we go up the stairs? Or can we? We can. Doesn't really do anything though. Wait, is that a face? A peculiar face is indented into the wall. You are not sure what it means. What is that? Ugh. It's Pluto? Pluto! Oh, you're so right. That is Pluto. I forgot about... How could I forget? Hi, Emmy. Welcome. Hi, Kai. Welcome. Jalapeno chips and soda while watching Noro and play OMORI is such a vibe. Jalapeno chips. It's a good thing I checked before writing this M, or else I would have almost written another B. That would have been pretty bad, huh? Molly told us to write letters on our backs and stand in this order. At least I think it was this order. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to switch places with the one on your right. And when I say you're right, I mean you as in the person standing in front of me, not some hypothetical observer watching us from behind a screen. This must be one of Molly's puzzles again. That girl loves to play games too much. If she would just focus, she would probably do so much good for the world. Wait. M. Good thing I checked for another B. Okay. V-bomb. Is that really it? Wait, no. Wait, is this a V? No, that's an O. And that's an O. Oh, boom. You're right. Alright, let's fucking do this. We gotta save first. Gotta save, scum. Yes. Boom. We literally did it. Curdled milk, thank you so much for following. Wait, curdled milk? Yum? Oh, let's freaking go. No, it was boom. It was boom. Oh, a sweetheart. How long is this going to take? I don't have all day.
My work takes patience. Stop talking, darling. I need to concentrate. How about now? Almost done, darling. And finished. At last. Oh. My greatest convention is complete. Now, speak! Speak, my beautiful robot. Oh, well, that doesn't sound right. Something must be off with the code. It's because you made me rush my work. Instead of to love, it must now be programmed to kill. Don't blame this on me. She's your robot. Thanks to you, my hopes of finding true love has been shattered. You've disappointed me greatly. I'm storming off. My, what a handful. Well, she's not my problem now. I almost forgot. That girl, she owes me a payment. I must catch her again before she leaves.
Bro, what do I do here? Oh. All right. So we go here. This is the last place. VA Town popping off like a queen. Am I a queen?
Queen, slay.
No, it wasn't V-bomb. It was boom. What is a V-bomb? V-bomb? More like your mom.
What fucking got your ass?
Alright, I see all this stuff here. What is this? Oh, okay, it's another one of these. Alright, let's freaking go.
Excuse me?
You thought V was part of the password? No, no, no. Ha, you said your mom, haha, so funny, haha. Damn, you hate me so bad. And now you're laughing at me. You hate me so bad. What is this? Oh.
Wow, look at all these cool plants here.
Corgi lover, you want a kiss?
Basil.
Basil?
That's the name of this plant here. Huh? It's so cute. It kind of reminds me of something. But I can't remember what.
It's basil, you guys. It's literally basil. We cannot forget. We're like forgetting basil. What is this? Why? Basil's pooky. Wait a minute. Have I already been here? Oh god. Yeah, they're forgetting basil. How could we forget basil? Hi, Chloe. Welcome. Basil is literally Buki. Buki de Beppo. That slime almost looks like Noms. It does kind of look like Noms, doesn't it? He's just a little guy. Basil like the food? No, like our friend Basil. Basil's our friend. For some reason, they're going crazy, and we got to save them, but we're forgetting them. I suggest fighting. Oh, you're right. Because I have to get XP. I have to get XP. I forgot I have to actually fight and level up. This is the first time you've heard of this game? This game is really popular. Well, it's not like topical, but it was very popular. Hi Oriko, welcome. Hi baby. It was popular like when? In 2020? 2021? Something like that. Oh. How's everybody? We're doing good. How are you doing, baby? I missed you. Back in 2017 it was popular. Wait, when did this game come out? Just had a chill day at work. Quiet, thank you so much for following. Hi Chisel. Yeah, we are playing OMORI. We're pretty deep into it. We're like, I want to say we're like 70% done. I want to say that, but I actually don't know. I know Hero's about to die. It's okay, he's happy now. Look at him. He's so happy. He's a happy little guy. Give me some chips. What kind of chips do you like? Wait, what are your guys' favorite chips? For research purposes, of course. I want to know. Salt and vinegar. That's a pretty good chip flavor. I like any spicy chip is my favorite. I love spicy chips. All women do is, what is it, eat hot chip and lie? All Noro does is eat hot chip and lie. Guys, I'm not actually a dog. I'm literally a wolf. I'm sorry it had to come out like this. How do I move them? Ugh. Still a dog? No. Nah. Nah. Oh. Huh? Too tame to be a wolf? Are you saying I don't have a wild side? Here, I could be wild. Ow! Ow! Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Fear me. Oh, I gotta heal. Oh my god. Okay, let me heal. Hold on. I gotta go heal. Nah, it's Noms. There we go. You wish you had my emotes? Well, if you sub, you get all my emotes. Isn't that crazy?
Mari, this is delicious. What's it made out of? I'm not sure, Cal. I've just been scooping it off the walls and floor. Do you like it?
Ew.
What?
Oh, Vix, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ro. That's a double you, baby. Let's fucking go.
Just kidding. I made it by mixing fruit and gelatin.
Okay, yeah. But what's that gelatin made out of?
Well, Cal, gelatin is made out of gelatin.
I see.
Well, whatever. Food is food, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vix. That's really nice of you. You like little gummies? Yes. Who doesn't like little gummies? I don't know, gelatin's pretty tasty, if I do say so myself. Oh god, they respawned. Dang nabbit. I don't want to fight you guys. I do, but I'm a Jolly Rancher type of gal. Listen, Jolly Ranchers are kind of... I wish I could eat Jolly Ranchers and stuff like that. It's really, really good. I haven't eaten like any kind of candy in years. Gelatin is what they use to make candy and jello. Yeah, because isn't gelatin made up of like horse hooves or something? Or horse bone? Something like that. Why? Because I have a really bad sugar intolerance. It is pretty nasty, but I think most foods are just born nasty. Okay, I don't want to fight you. Goodbye. How do I get past him? Wait, guys, am I stupid? How do I get past these guys? Alright, whatever. I'll just find a different way. if I can. I need them? What do I need? For what? I'm not really sure what I need to do. Oh, this is so nice. This music is so nice. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what. Because I think I've done everything. I don't really care where the food comes from, as long as it's edible and it won't make me sick. Wait, guys, what do I do? I'm so lost. I thought I did everything. Go to the picnic and then down. Well, don't mind if I do. Gotta see my, what is it? Not my, I was gonna say my shoddy bait. No. Gotta see my sis. Hey, Mari. And then down. All right, let's see. No, not my shoddy bay. Mari is not my shoddy bay. If anyone in this game were shoddy bay, it would be like Sweetheart or something. Vin Ghetto, thank you so much for following. Welcome. I love your voice. Thank you. Sweetheart scares me. Oh.
Hey, you know what? I just had an idea. I bet if we gather enough Humphreys, then maybe we can use them to form a bridge to the other side. Hey, I was supposed to say that.
All right, let's go get them.
Oh, Humphreys. Hey, Humphrey. Do you want to join your friend Humphrey at the waterfall? Of course I will. Thought you'd never ask.
All right, let's get all these bitches out here.
Oh, Humphrey.
I got something for you. Sweetheart scares me even though I love her aesthetic. She's got that like Ojo-sama or Hime-sama kind of energy. Which I do kind of like about her. What? Oh, it's a fucking watermelon monster. No, thank you. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. Avidas and goodbye. Hey, sweetheart. I took multiple days beating her. Yeah, she's kind of hard to. She's hard to fight. Who was harder to fight? I think Pluto was much harder to fight than Sweetheart. For me, anyways. Hey, let's go. Oh, no, that's a monster. Oh. What? What was that? Oh god. God's raining pizza? And donuts? And cookies? And tacos? And bread? Oh god. Go away. No, you seem very happy. That's because I'm with you. Why wouldn't I be happy? What the hell? What the hell? I Bowtail, you want to kiss? Brother, wait. Alright, I give up. Oh, wee! Hey, yo! Get the fuck out of my way, Humphrey. Stupid little bitch. Oh no, I should have gotten that. Wait, what is my thingy at? Welcome to Black Space. Fuck. I gotta get W, T, and K. Heppo, welcome. All my friends left me behind to go build a bridge, but I'm gonna show them up by building an even bigger bridge. If you see any Humphreys floating around, be sure to send them my way. Oh, don't mind if I do, Humphrey. Wake me up in 5 minutes. Alright, bet. Some aggressive rafting. That's right. Hi, Noro. Welcome back. Wait, can I ask you guys? No. Any more Humphreys around here? And you guys want to make history? No, we don't have enough. Fuck. Oh, Humphrey. Can I ask you guys? No. Me just listening and munching on food and working on homework. What kind of homework are you working on? Alright, round 2, baby. Bumbleclad. U, which is not one of the letters I need. Wait. Yeah, U's not the one I need. God damn it. We're so close to dying. For why? To getting hung. Is there any other way we can go? This way? Yeah. Yeah, let's fucking go. Get out of my way. Shoot. I would really appreciate it if you guys could wrap this up pretty soon. No rush. I just think I'm getting... We're kind of sick. Damn, I feel bad for Hero. It's okay, Hero. I promise. This will be the last one. Okay, that should be everything, right? Let's double check. Is that everything? Yeah, that's everything. Alright. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, we're good. Guys, we made it! Squad! Let's fucking go. Hello, the squad has arrived. Oh. My, it smells absolutely horrendous in here. How much longer is this going to take? My nose is quite sensitive, you know. You'll get used to the smell. Now hush, doll.
I'm working. And it's done.
Oh, finally! I showed off him. Hello, my perfect suitor. Wake up!
Don't touch the glass, you buffoon. You'll ruin the experiment.
Well, I never! What happened? What is that? What is that?
My word. This experiment has turned out greater than I've ever had expected. Take a look, doll. The results are absolutely perfect. Behold, an absolutely perfect vision of yourself.
Damn, she's really checking herself out. I don't like her.
What did you say? Have I heard you correctly? But she's everything you asked for and more.
Oh, you simpleton. There's nothing more perfect than me.
But I see you that you do not understand that. You are nothing more than a hack. This was a humongous waste of my time. I'm storming off.
Oh, well, I've had enough of your nonsense. Client or not, you've really struck my last nerve. Who taught you to run your mouth like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, this is a waste of my precious energy.
It's been 5 minutes, you didn't wake me up? Didn't my voice wake you up, baby?
I have more important matters to attend to.
Don't you dare walk off first. I'm the one who's supposed to storm off.
Damn, this bitch is crazy. Hi, Alex, welcome. Hi, Wani, welcome. You're back from school, welcome home. My. What's with all the commotion? Ririko, you want a kiss? There must be some fun activities going on downstairs. Oh, yuck. Well, let's go take a look, shall we? Whoa. Oh. What's going on? Wait, do I have to leave this place? No, right? Yeah, I have to go back in his mouth. God dang it. Wait, where do I go? What's the name of this game? It's called OMORI. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, a slimy key card. Om nom nom nom. Yum yum. So, did you want to go downstairs now? Itadakimasu. Oh, yuck. Oh, let's fucking go. Yeah, it's called OMORI. OMORI. Yeah, it's kind of like a fantasy adventure. It's kind of like Undertale. Very heavily inspired by Undertale. Whoa. What's going on? Oh, God.
Stop right there. You can't just leave that door.
We just want our payments, darling. Can't you see how upset Marina is getting?
Where's my money, lady?
Give me my money.
Uh-oh. It's Sweetheart and those sea witches. There's no way we're getting caught in the middle of this. Let's make a run for it. Stop right where you are, children. I must correct you, as you are sorely mistaken. We are not witches, but followers of science.
It's a common mistake, I'm afraid. Humans tend to fear what they cannot understand. Besides, I think I know why people think we're witches.
Hey, what are you looking at me for?
That aside, we have a bigger problem on our hands.
That's right. Where do you think you're going, sweetheart, darling? You owe us big bag of clams. As if your 3 presents are worthy of my payment. All I wanted was for you to make me the perfect match, but you've all managed to fail me in 3 different ways. If you're so insistent on getting your worthless clams, let these children cover the charge.
Where do you think you're fucking going?
Humphrey!
Stop her now.
Oh. Hey, yo. Hi, Coco. But yeah, on point. Let's fucking go.
Yoo-hoo! I'm here to report that Sweetheart has been disposed of. It's a good thing you asked. I was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to hold myself back any longer. Also, this may or may not be a surprise to you, but Sweetheart has a total balance of 0 clams on her. 0. Not a single one. Which is quite unfortunate, as I'm getting a bit hungry. That wench double-crossed us! I knew there was something fishy about her.
Well, not necessarily. She did say these children would cover the charge.
Oh yeah, huh? In that case, she's definitely paid her due. Which part of them should we sell off first?
Don't be such a brute, Marina. I'm sure she meant the kids would pay us, not that we should sell them.
All right, darlings. Now be good and hand over your big bag of clams. Huh? Yeah, about that. Just curious. How much does she owe you anyway? Well, let's see here. There's constellation fee, initial fee, setup fee, inspection fee, service fee, cost of materials, warranty fee, disposal fee, shipping and handling, gratuity, cancellation fee, damages, late payment fee. So that brings the total charge to about 1 million clams. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1 million fucking clams. 1 million clams? We don't have that kind of money. Oh? Oh no. Do we have to fight them? Well, that's just too bad. Rainlock, thank you so much for following. Humphrey! Seal the exits. I love your voice, thank you. It's a story game. Tough luck, kids. You walked into the wrong whale. Someone's got to pay for all this. I would say desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't you agree, sisters?
Oh, this one's too pretty to sell, isn't he, Molly?
Well, I like the quiet one. He would make a great pet. Don't you touch him! Let us go now! We didn't do anything wrong! Oh, feisty. I think you'd like this one, Marina. Well, I guess selling just one will do. No, not Kel! Hey! Let me go! If you kids can't pay us in clams, you can pay us with your arms and legs. Kel, no! Let go of me! Put me down! Put me down! What the heck? He bit me! Oh, settle down, Marina. It's just a little nibble. You'll pay for this, brat.
Well, now, it seems that you've gotten Marina all worked up. Our little prey is biting back.
Guys, it looks like we're going to have to fight our way out of this place.
Oh, it's a fight you want, is it? Oh no. It's been a while since my last hunt.
Yes, it seems our prey needs to be disciplined.
Rick, thank you so much for following.
Someone needs to teach you children some proper manners.
For prey, you're all way too picky. You don't want to be sold. You don't want to be pets. You all should really learn your place. Well, whatever. That's fine with us. There's always another option.
If you're going to keep resisting, you leave us no other choice. I'm afraid we'll just have to turn you into chum instead.
Whoa. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Oh, nah, 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 nah. What the heck? Damn, these sisters kind of bad, though. They all kind of baddies. Hold on. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, Kel! What? Oh, no, no. We have to... Okay, can we revive him? How many do we have? We have 4? Oh my god. Okay, shit. Fuck. Okay, let's do... Wait, this beat goes kind of hard. Hold on. Hey, yo. Da, 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 da. All right, let's see. Let's do 100 hearts for Kel. Attack you. Let's do you, and let's... No! Oh my, okay. Oh no, we can't run. Okay, we gotta heal him again. Life jam. Attack. Attack. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Don't use all your food? Alright. No! Oh, we can't do the rule. Oh, we can't release. Oh my god. Why do they want Kel so badly? Okay, let's heal Kel again. Oh my god.
Inflicts anger. No. Okay, release. Oh. Are they siren? They're like mermaids. Not sirens, they're like mermaids.
You kids are more resilient than I expected.
You know what that means? It's time to get serious. Oh, I'm having so much fun.
What? Oh my god. Hi Sergio, welcome. What? They look pissed. They are pissed off. No, Cal. Do we want to stay calm? Yeah, I can really tell what. Oh, she looks mad. She looks like she's holding it in. Oh my god. I only have one life gem left. Hey Zobia, welcome. Oh god. Oh god. No. No. I can't. Oh, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna die.
Hey, Medusa. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes, sister. I think it's about time we switch things up.
Just relax, children. This won't hurt a bit.
What? You said that wouldn't hurt a bit. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We can't revive our friends. Why do they turn the bread? Because they're toast. They're toast, that's why. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Now you belong to us. Hush, hush, darlings, don't cry. You'll get used to your new life soon.
It's time to take apart the small one. Let's get started, dolls.
Okay, we need to. Oh. Let's just go to our last save. Let's go to our last save. Okay, we have to like actually fight. Okay, let's go back. It's never nor over. Never. I need more, yeah, I need more life gem and stuff. Okay, hold on, give me 1 second. I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。Ah, okay, hi. I'm back. Hi, welcome. All right, we gotta grind a little bit. I just need to get more life gems and more other stuff. Where did I go? I went to the restroom. What do you mean you actually need to fight? You weren't actually fighting in the beginning. You gotta win. I know. I'm just a little silly. It's my fault. No, I didn't get food. With washed hands? Of course. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I did. Do you know how to cook? Yes, I do. I do know how to cook. Where am I? Oh, there I am. It's the sniff test. Why are you sniffing me? You little freak. Alright, let's fight you. Def don't want the norovirus spread. You think I have the norovirus? No. I know it's like my virus, but like You'll go outside if you didn't wash your hands. I promise. I promise. Puppy's honor. I wash my hands. Also, why are you sniffing me? Are you a dog? You little baby? And you're still a little baby? Oh god, they're both dead. The norovirus looks like multiple moms just attacking your immune system. And what if that's what it was? Would that be a problem? I'm a baby. Nah. I'm not a baby. Do I look like a baby? Well, do I? No, maybe you should just attack bunnies for now and then those. Why? Are these just much tankier? But these give more like XP, right? Sorry about leaving, it's okay. You're our baby. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah, I guess you're right. Alright, I gotta go beat some bunnies up. Not my proudest moment, but I will do what I must. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be beating some bunnies up. Some goo bunnies. Some booger bunnies. That's what they are. Some boogie buns. Gotta beat their ass. I also, is there any place that like sells life gems? I gotta find, or life gem. I need to find them. Go talk to the leaf in the forest. He hates bunnies. I'm calling Peter gonna beat bunnies up. Listen, they're attacking me, alright? This is self-defense. This is self-defense. Normally you're about to go into battle. What? Normally when you're about to go into battle, someone does. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Now I'm debating whether to get a cat or a dog. If I get a dog, it will be a husky. If I get a cat, it'll be like a Maine Coon. I don't know what to pick. Get a dog. Actually, no. Get a cat. Because, god damn it. Because only I get to be the only dog. Imagine getting bunny cuddles and then saying they were attacking you. Yeah, because they were. Because they was attacking me. Oh god. It could barely fight you off. But if there's like 100 of them, then what then? Murder is okay if it's in self-defense. Give them some carrots, trust. No, but I need their sweet XP. Oh, I have a question. Do people hunt bunnies? Is that something that people do? You don't think so? I know they do hunt them. Hunt. My mom likes bunnies in soup. Wait, rabbit stew actually seems kind of tasty. Rabbit stew sounds kind of good. I've always wanted to try it, low-key. My dad and grandpa would hunt bunnies when they were little. Then just eat chicken? But I hear rabbit tastes delicious. How big can they get? Snake tastes better. I hear snake and turtle taste good. As big as you. I'm dead. Oh my god, I died. I can't believe I just died. Now those animals have aspirations. Nah. Do I want to retry? Yes, I do.
Are you telling me to attack bunnies? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me I should attack all the bunnies now? Honestly, I might take your advice. That sounds like a good idea. What about sheephead? I've only ever had lamb or like mutton like once or twice. But it does taste pretty good. I did like what I ate. Poor bunnies. My Shayla. What? What did I like? No, you can check hero's abilities. Wait, I can change his abilities? The sheep? It sounds pretty good. What do you... I think I only have these 4. Oh, I can replace it. Okay. Heal some of a friend's heart and juice. Axe first, healing a friend for 40%. Bring back a friend that is toast. Okay. Oh. Well, that makes them cook faster. Heals all friends. I don't think I have that. Makes a foe feel a random emotion. Makes it all friends angry. Deals damage to a foe 3 times. We'll do that. Deals damage if foe is sad, that greatly reduce its defense. Makes you want to kiss. I know that was for me, but I'll give you a kiss anyways. Painful truth. Deal damage to a foe, Omori, and the foe becomes sad. Okay. Axe first, attacks an attack that's stronger when Omori is happy. Sheep tastes pretty good. I mean, lamb tastes pretty good. Does it not? It has like a little bit of a weird taste, but it doesn't taste bad. All right, I think that's good. Lamb and goat. Ayo. Wait, are any of you guys vegans? I'll eat anything as long as it's edible. I mean, yeah. Wait, so like if a piece of toast was on the floor, would you eat it?
That's what the 5-second rule's for. No, that's gross. No. No. No, that's grody. No, that rule shouldn't exist. Bad. I eat popcorn off the floor sometimes. Like I said, I eat anything. "10-second rule." What's the 10-second rule? I think that's for... That might be for something else. That's not for eating. No, it's just what happens when your parents didn't pack snacks for you growing up. Don't judge. I'm sorry, I'm judging a little bit. Just a little bit. Da, da, da. Should I start all the way over in OMORI? Have you finished the game? I was taught that the 10-second rule was for when you dropped a snack on the floor, and then you could still eat it as long as it wasn't covered in dirt. I mean, if you have to, I guess, but you shouldn't. I can never be vegan. I love chicken too much and bacon. Chicken and bacon is so good. It's so yummy. Give me that. Give me all that bacon. I cannot watch. Oh, hey, J-Van. Peak playing Peak. Have a good stream. Thank you, J-Van. Thank you. This is a Peak game. This is a really, really good game. Oh, shit. I don't follow the 5-second rule, as you shouldn't. Don't do the 5-second rule. No, you know how to waterfall slide down if there's a watermelon? No. Wasting food is bad. I mean, it's not good, but if it's on the floor and covered in shit, then no, don't eat it. I never thought I'd see someone fighting a watermelon. I don't follow the 5-second rule either. If it falls, no matter how long it's been, I'll eat it. Brother, ugh. So now we need fire, air, and earth melons to compete the Ella melons. No, I drop food on the floor outside and I still eat it. Guys, I'm supposed to be the dog here. How am I practicing sanitation like this? Y'all are my owners. How? For why? Can you go across the bridge? What do you mean? You mean the one that's over here? You mean this one? For why? Good question. Yeah, for why? Oh. The real question is why you're like this despite being a dog. Well, I'll have you know. I graduated top of my class of Dogiversity. Okay. Will you be my father? Only if you ask nicely. No, did I tell you I passed my math exam and I suck at math? You did? Let's go. That's a W. I'm not a bad dog. I don't know what you yapping about. Wait, hold on. Let me actually read this. It's a game. Match 3 guys for a prize. Well, don't mind if I do. You a chihuahua? Nah. I go like woof woof. Chihuahua go like rah, rah. God, thank you so much for following. Welcome, God Hero. Thank you so much for following. Thank you for the Barker Dame Coco. Noro, I got an A+ on my Spanish and I can't even take things. I forget it. Wait, let's go. Listen, any A+ is good. Hi, Glowstick. Good morning. Let's go. Double trouble, baby. Onion ring and a whole pizza. It's really 4 p.m. for me. Wait, how many of you guys are on spring break? Because I know some of y'all are on spring break. I wish. Wait, when are you guys on spring break? It's 9 p.m. Good evening. Listen, spring break is just goated, alright? It will be spring break soon. Hi Jade, welcome. Welcome. And the best thing is I don't sleep until 8 a.m.
Huh? For why?
Where are the rabbits?
Silly rabbits.
Wait, where are they? Oh, there. Okay. Wait. Confetti. Can we do anything out here? Your fan name is One Ones? Yeah, One Ones. Or like One Army. Like One Army. Yeah. Because One is like bark bark in Japanese. My sleep schedule is so messed up. I either over worry or sit scrolling on my phone. I haven't watched anime. It's gonna sound crazy. I haven't watched anime in like 5 years. Like a new show I haven't watched in like 5 or 6 years. One Hood. Go watch My Hero Academia. No, I'm not watching My Hero. Wontons. Yeah, the wonton army. I think I did watch 3 seasons of My Hero, and then I watched season 4, and I think I just lost interest. Like it's not like it's bad. I think it just stopped piquing my interest. Like season 3 was so good that season 4 didn't really top it for me the way I thought it was going to. It's Noro's fault? What do you mean?
Deku, you quirkless loser.
Oi, oi, oi. Back.
What do you mean it's my fault? It's only like 2 p.m. Why do I sound like him? Oi, oi, oi. Norobaku. Ohayo, Oni-chan. You're so into Hannibal. Oh, guys, you know what I've been watching lately? Okay, I have to talk about this because I have no one to talk about this show with. Have any of you watched Severance? No? Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna tell you guys the premise, but I won't spoil a thing about it. Okay? Let me destroy this warm bot and I'll tell you. Okay, I will tell you. Because I think this show is best when you know as little as possible. So, Severance. Severance is about, it's this world in the show is basically like this company basically is the biggest company in the world, and they have people work for them, but their work is so sensitive. It's like sensitive information that they basically implant a chip in the brain that creates a whole new personality, and that personality exists at work. So it's like two personalities. And it cannot interact with the outside world the same way that the outside world body, like the personality, cannot interact with the workspace. And it is so good. It's so good. It's also pretty short, and the season 2 is airing right now. So we have like 8 episodes of season 2. All I'm gonna say is watch season. If you get to episode 5 and you're still not hooked, then don't watch the show. But if you get to episode 5 and you are hooked, watch this. Like just watch all of it. Give it a chance. It is so good. We should do a community watch thing. You're right. Okay, guys. After this stream, we're watching the first episode of Severance in the Discord. Join the Discord. After this stream, we're gonna watch the first episode of Severance in the Discord. It's so good. Honestly, I might even watch the first 2 episodes again, depending on how we feel. It's so good. All right. Honestly, the show is so good that I feel like I if I watch it again, I feel like I'd be in a position where I want to binge it. That's how good it is. Even though I can't binge it right now, but that's how it feels. It's called Severance. Severance. How long's the episode? I think the first episode is like an hour, and the second episode's like 40 minutes, something like that. I'm not spelling that. You can make your own. You can look it up. Yeah, like that. Okay, like that. Yeah. Severance. It's a show on Apple TV. No, I want to dye my hair. I would have to bleach it and then dye cherry red, but my dad would not be pleased. Fuck it. Yo, fuck it. Just do it. You only live once. Mir, you fought these sisters before. What's the recommended level for me to fight them? No, that's bad advice. Nah. Oh, I got homework. Ew. Homework gross. Oh, I asked oh, I don't know if you're still here or not. I'm meant to be mature. Nah, I'm a little pup. We go crazy. We go dummy crazy on here. Alright, give me that free gelatin. Don't remind me that low-key gotta bleach my roots again. They're so grown out by 5 inches. No one ever beaten the baby allegation. Okay, Mir, do you think that Do you think that level 25 is enough? I found a new color, white X wolf cut. It's so cute. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I gotta redo my hair too. It grew out a ton, but it would be like $200. Damn, y'all hair care is so expensive. Alright, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Not really, but you can save and try. Alright. Let's freaking go. Oh, the prices went up. Damn you, Elon. ね、ちょっと待って。Alright. Wait. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's freaking go. Alright, I'm not doing all the voices again. Do I have merch? No, I don't have merch. But if you guys want me to have merch, then at Ulu collab and say give Noro merch. Do merch collab with Noro. Or Ulu Market, sorry. At Ulu Market on Twitter and be like, give Noro merch. Do merch collab with Noro. They do merch collabs with so many VTubers. I do need to contact them about that. I think that would be nice. Honestly, I might. Bro, you apply to get a merch collab with them? Nah. Like 3 of my friends got reached out to. Nah. What, you think I'm gonna wait in line like a peasant? This isn't Disneyland. No. All right. I'll apply. You guys want merch? I will apply. Maybe Uwu thinks you're ugly. Jar merch. Noro in a jar merch. But like, what would be in the jar? I want a Noro plush where I can trap him. Between your thighs or like where? Yeah, men can be pretty scary in real life. Bro, men scare me in real life. And I am a 6 foot tall guy. Stocky build. People don't come, but whenever a random guy comes up to me like at night, I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like being trapped between thighs, you like stuff like that? Yes. I'm gonna bite your ankles. Dude, my ankles are so sensitive. Nah. Alright, let's try this again. Let's beat the, No, hero! Oh my god. Alright. Let's put our skills to use. I'm not naughty. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes. No, use hero fast food to heal someone. What? No, please do not lose. I'm begging you. No, you know what? No promises. No no promises. I'll do my best. For you, I'll do my best. Snack time. Yeah. All right. Let's do another. What is this? Painful True. Deals damage to a foe. OMORI and the foe becomes sad. Shit. Okay. Make Aubrey and a friend happy. Yes. Inflicts anger on all friends. Yeah, I'll do my best. I will. You can do it! Let me see. Was it actually dangerous? Deals heavy damage to all foes. What will Cal do? Oh wait, you know what? No. Aubrey's gonna attack. You're gonna use confetti. Why do they have so much health? I know. No, but we're doing good damage. We're actually doing pretty good. Okay. Alright.
Damn, wait, Omori looks kind of crazy. What the hell? He's manic. Oh shit. Okay, we gotta make him sad. Hold on, we gotta make him sad.
Oh my god. And the white hair girl's pretty. They're all really pretty. Alright, come on, Omori. Come on, Omori. No, don't die. No. Yes. Yeah. Wait, I think it's about time we switch things up. What? Oh God. Let's add some spice to this. Let's do... No, I missed. A strange gas fills the room. Oh God. Oh, Mori's depressed. Okay, hold on. Let's deals damage. Wait, Omori, don't be sad. Wait, let me go back. So we're doing you this. Let's make Omori happy. Let's do you. Omori's just like, I still see your shadows in my room. Can't take back the love that I gave you. Poor Cal. Oh shit. No. Oh, we need more juice. Oh God. Why are they red? Oh, that's because they're angry. So when they're angry, that means they hit harder. No! Oh God. Oh, Aubrey's dead. Oh, she's not. Yes. Then for Cal, let's just do a normal attack. And then for you, we gotta heal your juice. Oh, wait, no. No. This is what we do. 150 juice for you. Oh, we can't do that. And 150 juice for you. Hi, Domo, welcome. Noro, do you plan on collabing with any more VTubers in the future? Yes. I don't know who or when, but yes. Oh, God. Why is Aubrey happy when she has lower health than Kel? That's... Bro, a hero keeps dying. Oh, God. Oh, no. Alright, let's... What will Kel do? Kel will do your mom. No! Oh my god. Wait, no! No, Aubrey! Wait, did I lose it? Okay, no, I didn't. Okay. Oh my god, this is so hard. No. Okay, let's heal myself. What will hero do? What? No! No, no, why? Okay, I need to use the restroom again. Hold on.
Hey. Whoa. There's so, whoa. Why is there so many fires? What's going on? What's going on here? What's the haps? All right, we're doing this again. I think we can legit do this. Okay. No, I will not escape. It's never nor over. I did wash my hands. I did wash my hands. Yuki, thank you so much for following. Welcome. I think I might need, yeah, I'm gonna do snack time again. Zero, thank you so much for following. Thank you, Zero, thank you. Even if you're just stopping by, thank you. Alright, let's do this. Power of friendship. Let's fucking go. Let's get dish money. How many times does this make? 4 or 5? I guess in terms of normal deaths, yeah. But in terms of this is my 3rd try. Fighting these 3. This is painful to watch since I beat them first try. What do you... Whoa. Can I teach you something in Korean? Okay. Do it. Always 10. Oh, okay. But I leveled up to beat Sweetheart, so at the time I was at very high level. Okay. Hi Gothero, welcome. Yeah, I love OMORI so much. Okay. No, Kel! Oh my god! If you want to say it, Noro Oppa, Namu Saranghe, Najungma Chin. Wait. What does that translate to? What does that translate to? Oh god. Noro Oppa, I love you so much. You are so kind. Stream forever. Noro Oppa. Nomu Saranghe. No Jung Malchin Junhe. Young one. He. Her. So to re. Ming He Jo. I doubt I said that right. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Yes! Oh! We did it! Oh, we got an achievement! Defeat the slime girls. Man, what's wrong with us? This fight should be a piece of cake.
Forget hunting. I'm not cut out for this kind of nonsense anymore. I'm just going to stick to research from now on.
Well, dolls, it seems we're all past our prime. If only we were 200 years younger.
Not to alarm you all, but I'm afraid not to alarm you all, but I'm afraid my appetite is getting much bigger. They are females? Oh yeah? Well, I'm a male. That changes nothing. Yeah, Humphrey, we got you. Molly, feed Humphrey some clams.
I'm sure I fed him last time. Besides, I used up all my clams on software for the last job.
Hi, Allie, welcome. I'm getting hungrier.
Okay, fine then. How about you, Medusa?
Well, I wasn't expecting to feed Humphrey again so soon. If memory serves me correctly, isn't it your turn to feed him, Marina?
Oh, wait, is it?
I thought it was Molly's turn. I'm pretty sure it was Medusa's turn this time.
Well. It seems you all have run into a bit of a pickle. If you can't feed me, I guess I'll just have to help myself. Oh.
Welcome back, Low Stip.
No, my furniture!
What are we gonna do now? Humphrey's gonna digest everything.
Perhaps we should plan an escape.
We've already expended so much energy. Perhaps it's finally time for us to swim with the fishes.
Yo-ho.
Ah!
Seafood. Delicious. Whoa.
Humphrey's out of control. How are we gonna get out of here?
Calm down, everyone. Let's look for an exit. Oh, God. Oh, no. Where do we go? Yeah, they all died. Oh, Aubrey. Let's go. It's go time. They got eated. Oh, God. My friends, may I say you all look delicious right now.
Humphrey, stop this. Haven't you eaten enough? We promise we will feed you later.
But you can feed me now. Just let me chew. Time to feast. Time to feast. Time for you to be deceased.
Please don't eat us, Humphrey. We don't want to be eaten.
Well, it's a little too late for that, isn't it? You should have thought of that before you walked into my mouth.
It's no good, guys. I don't know if there's a way out of here.
Don't say that, hero. Yeah, we can't let it end like this.
Oh, there's no need to struggle, children. Then again, it is always more satisfying when you prepare your own food. Now you all just sit still. The preparations have already been made. Dinner is served, and you're on the menu.
Wait. No. No. No, I just got finished. No.
What? Okay, there's like actually no way in how we're finishing this game today, by the way. I'm just gonna let you guys know that right now. I don't even think we're like if we've been playing for 3 hours and we're just now finishing this level. There's no way. Alright, let's just attack. Oh. Maria, thank you so much for following. Welcome. Loki might be fried. I think we're Okay. No, we're not. Guys, we're gonna be okay. Fried, air fried, grilled, whatever you say in this situation. No, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. Okay. It took more than 5 tries on Humphrey. Oh my god, he's just so much health! He has so much health! It gets worse? Are you serious? Are you locked in? No! Oh my god, okay. Wait, sad makes your defense higher, right? Sad makes your defense higher. Like when you're sad, it makes your defense higher, right? I'm just gonna fuck it. I'm just gonna YOLO it. No, I think it did do less damage.
The fight has just begun. But can you win if we work as one? Oh God. Humphrey Grande. Any relation to Ariana? No. Yo, Humphrey be like 30 for 35. Good luck, Ashen. Oh, good luck, Ash, sorry. Can you please be my dad? I mean, you know, we'll see. Wow, you really want it as dad material. I mean, do you want me as your dad? I don't think Noro is dad material. You'd be better than my real one. No, no. No, don't say that. Nice BF material. Yo, give me a kiss, baby. Horny ass, what are you talking about? Alright, let's go. Please, please, please. I need Humphrey to die. I need him to die now. Nor would you rather be my husband or my father? That is a crazy, crazy thing to say. Those are two incredible choices.
Emo, you want a kiss? Mwah.
I don't blush, I gag a little. Aww. But why though? Unknown, thank you so much for following. Welcome. Just a warning, it's about to get smelly. It's time for you all to get in my belly. Ew. No. Oh God. Oh, Vampy Nia, thank you so much for the tier 1 for the 2 months. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nia. Thank you. That's a W. That's a W. I do like your name. Oh God. It doesn't matter how quick or how slow, the more you struggle, the deeper we'll go. The heck do I do here? Oh my God. What Magic School Bus episode is this? Oh no. Come on, snack time. Just relax, there's nothing to fear. Hey Omori, is it getting stuffy in here? Whoa, whoa. Oh my God, it is getting darker. We'll give Humphrey indigestion. Why does your voice sound so deep? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, beat his ass, beat his ass. Oh God. Cooking meat is very fun. Should you be rare, medium, or world torn? Oh my god, come on, come on, come on. No, it's so dark. Your voice drops 50 octaves. It's pointless to squirm. Give up, my friend. I'm afraid this cycle never. Oh, it's so dark. I can't see anything. He's not even close. He's not even close. He's not even close. He's not even close to being dead. How? How? There's no need to squirm. Ignorance is bliss. How many times must we do this? Definitely villain-worthy voice in a cartoon. Oh no, she's dead. Fuck. Oh my god, okay. It's okay, we can revive her. Alright, please God. Oh, he just chomped me. It doesn't matter how quick or slow, the more you struggle. This reminds me of that one episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh my god. Naughty. Now, you mustn't play in the toilet. The one where they're inside an old man. I don't remember that. Noro in Struggle Town. I am in Struggle Town. Oh my god. Just relax, there's nothing to fear more. Guys, I can't see. Okay, he's like 60% remaining. Ramani. Oh shit. We just chomped him. I'm in Struggle Town. Humphrey sucks. I hate Humphrey. He's the worst. All right. I think we can do this. I actually think we can do this. You're doing better than me, so keep it up. Okay, we can do this. This is a battle of attrition. Oh no. Snack time. Yeah. Yeah. God, he's bored me like 80 million times. He did not die once. I don't know how I haven't died yet. Oh, we're getting there. Okay. There's no way I get this in one try. There's no way. There's no way. There's actually no way. Oh my God. Come on, this has to be it, please, 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 please. Feel free to struggle, cause no matter what, you'll never be able to escape my god. Is there another form? Wait, what?
It's no use. How will we get out of this? How will we get out of here if Humphrey keeps following us?
OMORI, I'm scared. Why did we get ourselves into this mess?
Don't worry, Aubrey. We'll get through this. We've gotten out of plenty of sticky situations before.
Yeah, we can't give up now. There's just gotta be a way out of here. Oh, is Uvula going somewhere? Oh! You'll never defeat me, loser. Oh, yeah? Oh, it's easy? Okay. Oh, damn, that was easy. He said we'll never defeat him. Yeah, right. Bye. Oh. Huh? Yeah. Oh, we're getting. Yup. Yeah. Let's go. First try. First try. No fucking way. That took us 30 minutes. Defeat Humphrey. No way. Blah. Bruh. Well, that didn't go down smoothly at all. Suddenly, I feel so sleepy. I think I'll take a short nap. Goodbye.
That was a close one. Yeah, never underestimate a hungry stomach. That was really scary. But you know what? At least we got through it together. So, what do you guys want to do now? I'm not sure. Weren't we looking for something? Wait, didn't Hero mention this before too?
Yeah, we were just following Sweetheart, but that situation seems to have already resolved itself.
No, I'm pretty sure there was something else.
You know, you actually are a fine shit like for. Thank you.
Aubrey, you're always worrying about nothing. Come on. You should learn to relax and just enjoy yourself sometimes. I guess that's true. I am a little tired of worrying so much.
All right, we get our W and we get our T. Yeah. All we need is a K. All we need is... Oh, it's the hole. Huh? Whoa. Oh, excuse me. I love your voice and your laugh is adorable. Thank you. Basil is out of the question, I guess. I guess so. What happened to Basil? Wait, where do we go now? Did you win? Yeah, we won. But like, I don't know what to do now. Go back to the resort? I guess so. Oh. Yeah, I know who you are, Nia. It's okay. Don't worry, I know. Ba ba da ba ba. All right, let's go. Ba ba ba. On the road again, and on the road again. Nose goes. Holy moly guacamole. Yeah, Humphrey's a little fucking baka. Am I fucking right? Wait, no. We've already completed the resort. We already completed the resort, so I don't think we have to do this again. Back. Go to the haunted pond. Where's that? I forgot where that was. Or the haunted pool. I forgot where that was too. Oh. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I know. Oh, thank you so much for following. Kimchi P, thank you so much. Welcome. Hi Dre, welcome back. Wait. Where do I... Yeah, really? Wait, where's the resort? How did I get lost? Okay, hold on, let me... There we go. It's okay, we're back. Hey! How's the game going? It's going pretty good. Oh. Oh. Alright, let's go. I really want to be able to call you mine. He old as fuck? What do you mean? Oh, there it is. Yes. He's like 35. Who? You think I'm 35? That's funny. "35 isn't old enough." Okay. Nah, 51 is crazy. That's crazy work.
I hope your render is good. Oh, it's piñata. Aw. I don't think we do anything here at the pool. I think we've done everything already. Yeah, I think we've done everything at the pool. Do you want to go back to the deeper well? No. I just need K. K is my last letter. In a hall of framed faces. Where could that possibly be? I'm too sane and too respectful of Noro to make claims on him or ask him to be anything but his fun-loving self. He's more of an idol than boyfriend, father, or husband material in my opinion. Oh, really? You really mean that? Thank you. Get out. Oh. Okay, now we're out of here. Lift back to deep well. Oh no, I didn't mean to go there. Yeah. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. La da 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 da, I'm gonna bury you in the ground. La da 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 da, I'm gonna bury you in my sun. I'm gonna drink the red from your pretty pink face. Noro's just a silly guy. Gives me the type of vibe of some dude that you can just low-key have fun with regardless. Yup, that's me. Yes, sir. No, we don't go here, right? No. We don't go here, do we? No. Oh my god. Wait, do we go to Deepwell? It's in Sweetheart's Castle. Alright, where do we go? Sweetheart's Castle. Where is Sweetheart's Castle? It's on the Firefly Forest, right? I'll go to the other world, yeah. One of the forests? Alright, we'll go to one of the other forests. If we got married, would you cheat on me? No. I've never cheated on anybody. I have been cheated on, but I've never cheated on anybody before. And I don't plan on it. I think it's in Firefly. I see that. It's here. Oh, this is the mole thing. Yeah. Okay, I think this is Sweetheart's castle.
I love Sweetheart so much so that I have acquired tickets to the most prestigious Sweetheart Quest for Hearts event. Although I was unable to obtain an ultra rare impossible to attain front row ticket, my reputable salesman has assured me that my ticket will still seat me in a prime location. He has also assured me that the event will start very soon, and I have been waiting here in line for many, many hours. I wonder if we should tell him. I am sure that at any moment, the event will begin and I will be guided to my seat by none other than Sweetheart herself. Now, as I am the truest Sweetheart fan, I cannot even think of coming to an event without my most precious thing. Take a look at my beautiful... What's this? It's missing?
Also, thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
No. My most precious thing. I will not be able to attend my dream event without it. You four, since you are undoubtedly lesser Sweetheart fans, I must ask you to find my precious thing and return it to me. You'll know it when you see it. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
Not Gollum.
Gollum.
Okay, where the fuck is this K? Oh. I have to go through the pink gates. Okay. Goodbye. Let's go through the pink gates. You mean to tell me those big ass pink gates lead to Sweetheart's castle? No way. All right. Okay. Okay. Where are you? Bro, she has maids if you forgot. Or in her own show. That I did not forget actually. Let me save really quick. Don't worry. I absolutely remember her reality show. All right, where's this K? What do you mean? Like through here? Okay. What? 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 Mm-hmm. Da na 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 na. All right, let's find this K. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Oh, it's the dungeon. Oh, ちょっと. All right, goodbye. Oh my god. I don't want to fight you guys. Oh, excuse me. A room with a lot of pictures in it. Oh. A room with a lot of pictures. At least the guards are attentive. I know, right? At least at least they're doing their job. God, they're really doing their fucking job. Room with a lot of pictures in it. This is the kitchen, this is not it. Room with a lot of pictures. Oh, give me that. Doesn't seem to be anywhere near here. It might be downstairs. Da na 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 na. Oh my god, how did you read that at? Excuse me. Lovely couple, thank you. Excuse me. This is the ballroom. Oh, I'll take this though. What are you up to? I'm trying to find this K. We have one more letter to find. And it's in a room with a lot of pictures. Excuse me. No thank you. Goodbye. No thank you. No bonita. Excuse me. Thank you. Wait, let me go down first. I think there's like a whole different thing here. Let's see, not here. Down here? No. Wait, maybe. No. No, it's not. Alright, goodbye. Okay, there's only one room left that I have not checked. So it should be over here. Up here. Unless it's in the dungeon, which I doubt. I doubt it's in the dungeon. It should be up here. There it is. There it is. Welcome to Black Space. Hi, Nina. Welcome in the Noro in a corner as unusual. I know. How do you like this layout? Welcome to Black Space. Oh, it's Basil's house. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa. Water the flower. Well, this isn't okay. To be fair, this isn't going to be for every game. This is just for some games, like this one. So I don't block all the screen. Why is it? Oh. Go into the hole? Alright. Oh. What's going on? Oh no. What is this? What is this? Is that a noose? Is that a noose on the tree? Stay away. You are not my son. Why? Why won't you fall? Why? Should I go to it? What do I do here? Gulp? Is that it? Or is there nothing I can do there? Okay. I'm a king. Okay, so we go back to Basil's house. La 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 la. Excuse me. Oh my god. Not too shabby. Excuse me. Oh, all right, let's fucking do this. Let's do this. Aren't I so nice? You are so nice. I can't believe you helped me. Wait, hold on. I don't know how much game we have left at this point. I have no idea. Not much, really? Okay, maybe we will finish this. Am I tired? No, not really. All right, Riri, goodbye. At least I think this is the way we go. Bye-bye. Oh, this isn't it. Wait. No, Basil doesn't live in space. I forgot we were in space. Hey, let's go. All right. Basil. Oh, Basil, where are you? How would they water their plants in space? Well, I think it wouldn't be like plants, because the only plant that can actually live in space and thrive in space are mushrooms. Did you know that? It's only mushrooms. Oh, baby, no, baby. Yeah, it's actually mushrooms. And a lot of people, oh, these are sunflowers. They're called these because they always face towards the sun. That's how I want to be like. Someone who always sees the bright side of things. I'm sorry, I forgot that was my Basil voice. A dead flower. Oh, they're all dead. No, the plants are dead. They're all dead. These flowers are called Lily of the Valley. It's said that they're able to ward off evil spirits and help people see a brighter future. I guess that's why they remind me of Mari. I could always count on her to help me stay positive. Roses come in many different colors and have their own unique meaning. Pink roses symbolize admiration, oranges symbolize passion, yellow roses symbolize friendship, and the list goes on. Hero doesn't remind me of any rose in particular. I think Hero is like all roses because he is versatile and universally loved. These are a type of flower called a gladiolus, also known as the sword flower. As you might guess, they represent strength of character, someone who is honest with strong moral values, someone who stands by their convictions. The gladiolus reminds me of Aubrey because she's always true to herself. Cacti are very sturdy and resilient plants by nature. They don't need much care and they can survive even in seemingly impossible conditions. I guess what I'm trying to say is that even you could take care of a cactus, Cal. What are those? Tulips? And these are white tulips. Tulips aren't very flashy plants. They're not too big or too small, not too elaborate or flamboyant. If I could put it in another way, I guess I would say that they're comfortable, simple, modest, perfect. Just like Noro. Just like me. I need cuddles. I studied so hard I died. Come here. Oh my god. Everything I touch dies kind of vibe. For real. Oh my god, this place is so long. Okay. Basil. Basil.
Omori, I'm scared. Let's go back.
It's a long way down. Do you want to jump? Yes. Oh, this is the sea because we can't swim. Oh no, we can swim.
La 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 la.
Oh, it's like a beach. We hate water. Yeah. What do I do here? I just keep swimming forever. What the flip flop? Oh. Oh. Osmari.
Mori.
A black door casts a heavy shadow. What would you like to do? Welcome to Black Space. IG Moon. Oh my god, we're in black space. Oh.
are full of broken things. But at least in here I can see who you really are. The world that you created above this one, did you make it to protect this place or to hide it away? Either way, it becomes more powerful than you. Alright, follow the footsteps. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. What's the second key? Go away. Go away. Shoot. No. Yamero. 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 Chad, this is low-key a predicament. Go get me. Oh. Oh, fun. Oh, wow. Oh, this is like hard to look at. It's like fucking with my eyes. Lost in this confusion lies the root of everything. The truth that you've locked away. You must find it no matter what. You have to, for the both of us. Oh no. No, go away. Oh god. Why is there 3 dudes here? What the hell? Oh, Bazil. Oh, you're gone. When you hid the truth, you sealed a part of me away with it. He's been waiting for someone to save him all this time. On that day, when you became nothing, I was split in half. Which one do you think was more painful? What the hell? Oh, ain't no way. There's so many. Is there no end to these rooms?
Oh, hello.
Liar. Liar, liar, liar. The fuck is it? What is that? Liar, liar, liar. Liar, 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 liar. What the hell? How do I... Let me just go with this guy. Noro, I love you.
I love you too.
Wait, why are you following me? Go away, stalker. Noro, I love you.
No, go away.
Noro, I love you. Please go away. Noro, I love... This is very sad.
Oh. Miwo has been very, very bad. Oh. Miwo stares at you. She does not know what is happening. Do you want to cut open... Now on one hand, it's an innocent little kitty. On the other hand, I am a dog. This is my natural inclination. Aren't you curious? Oh, you want me to cut him up so bad. So bad. Hi, Al, welcome. Oh, I can't. I can't leave without cutting him up. Oh, that's... Oh, well, I have no choice now. Miwo stares at you. She tilts her head out of curiosity. Her eyes widen. She wants to go now. Miwo stares at you. She struggles to break free. Her eyes are filled with desperation. Do you want to cut open Miwo? She tries to scream, but there is no sound. She does not know what is happening. Can I leave now? I can't even leave. Oh my god, I could have just talked to him. Wait, no, he didn't let me leave. He didn't let me leave. How do I get out? Oh, I had to stab my way out. Oh my god, oh my, I could have just stabbed myself.
No, Miwo. No. I killed Miwo in the game. No, I didn't know I could just stab myself. I didn't know. Omori, you came back for me. Is that my flower crown? I'm so glad you found it. Let's get out of here. I'll follow your lead. Growing watermelons here has been fun, but I really miss my flowers back home. How are they doing? Did you take care of them while I was gone? Hello? Why is it getting darker? Hello? Oh. Oh. Poor Miwo. Not okay. Me personally, that was my fault. That was my fault. Miwo was on me. Oh. Basil? Oh, what? Yeah, how many doors do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, let's do this one. Omori needs therapy. I need therapy. After this, I need therapy. Our friends who have suffered because of us. Can we still call them friends? No matter how much I want it, things can't go back to the way they were before. But why does part of me still cling on? Is there still hope left for us, Noro? I don't know, Basil. That's a good-ass question. Where's the key, though? There it is. I'm glad you're playing this, though. It's better than most people I've watched play. Let's go.
me some of that steak. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. I'll just save. Guys, should I stop now? Should I stop now? Should I? Up to me. I just don't know how much we have left. That's not like, if we have like a good chunk left, I think it's good to save it for a final stream. Okay. Okay. It's true. Okay. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? I think I will end it. I will end it, and then on Thursday we're gonna be playing Cabin Factory, but I think that we can finish that game pretty quickly. So when we finish that, we can finish OMORI also. I think that sounds good. Yes, okay. So everyone who wants to watch the first episode of Severance with us, go to the Discord. Go to the I will join the Discord. I will be muted. But yeah. We'll be watching the first episode, only the first episode. And this is just to get you guys hooked so you guys watch it too, okay? Okay. Please watch it. I beg you. All right. Here's the Discord if you're not joining already, or if you haven't joined it yet. But yeah, thank you everybody for being with me today. Thank you to everyone who subbed. Thank you to all new followers. And thank you, most importantly, to you for watching me, for being with me this whole time, for enjoying me. And I will see you on Thursday. All right. Bye-bye. Oh, Chupa, you want to kiss? Okay, bye-bye.